Hi traders, good morning 44 Trading Room. How are you today? Hi team, hi Scott, Clifton. Nice to see everyone, Guidance Room traders. Okay, it's Wednesday and GDP actually, not only, but this seems like it's just made some turbulence on the bulls, on the bullish move at least, on the SPY and the triple Q. Hi Steve, good morning. Andrew, nice to see you everyone. I just put up my screen and let's just start quickly the preparation session because we have a lot to talk about, especially on the earnings side. But as I see how we just started this economic news at 8:15 and 8:30 already, not that good for the market. So first of all, I hope you had a beautiful green day yesterday and ready for another one. We had a great green day in the guidance room. Also, the market was again a bit undecided. It was not quite undecided because we have seen very slow higher highs, higher lows, both on the triple Q and the SPY, but actually a very slow move. Also, we had some great big movers which just made some great trades, including coin, especially in the beginning of the day. Okay, guys, as you can see, the S&P 500 is just went to the downside in the last 30 minutes, especially. Reason for that, GDP numbers missed the expectations, traders. So actually, that means that the US economy is still doing okay, but not that great as it was expected. This just caused a drop on the S&P 500. Triple Q, actually, it was more enthusiastic into the green side, especially because of the Google earnings, which just beat the estimates. But now it's back to the red side too. So let's just be careful with the bullish moves because seems like that this GDP, it was quite of a big disappointment for the market. Also, the ADP non-farm employment change, it was higher than expected at 8:15. So that was definitely not the reason why the market moved lower. I'm just telling you the numbers. It came almost like the double than the expectation because the ADP non-farm employment change, it was 233,000, but the advanced GDP, it was just 2.8% instead of 3%, so it decreased. And we are still expecting at 10 o'clock pending home sales, 10:30 crude oil inventories, and that's it for today. On the economic front, on the earnings side, we have a lot to come especially after the market close, like Microsoft and Meta. So they are going to be on my secondary list today. Actually, we should not put it on a candidates list because we're always watching them, but just for your attention. Hi, Isaac, nice to see you. Hi, Dor. Hi, Roger. Good morning, everyone. But just for your intention, please be careful with Meta and Microsoft because usually these stocks or companies which are going to release earnings after the market close tend to be more volatile than on usual days, okay? So Microsoft, Meta after market close, Amgen too, but there is no doubt that Microsoft and Meta are going to be in the spotlight. Oh, SMCI, okay. I have not seen it yet. I was a bit, oh yeah, I see that. What happened? I'm sure some news actually. It's just released earnings too? It was not on my list. Okay, if you know the news, please just share it with us, traders. Oh yeah, it looks like it's just a fresh news. You see the pre-market? It just started to drop actually up some minutes ago. You know what? I was just watching, I think this AMD, that it's still minus 7.700, which is a lot, collapses after May. Why? Visitors leave complaining about lack of transparency on the part of the company. Ouch. Thanks for the news. Very, very useful. And I think that's a lot, like 33% on the news like that. I don't know. Maybe it's just an overreaction, but be careful with SMCI today. Hi, Lee. Good morning to you. I hope you had a nice green day yesterday. Okay, guys, I'm just talking about the earnings at the moment that we should be careful. Meta, Microsoft, because earnings after market close, and actually SMCI just got some news and dropped 33% out of the blue. Amazing. Even AMD is down because of bad news, but so far Magnificent Seven first earnings releaser, it was Alphabet, Google, which just beat the expectation and seems like it's higher 6.3%. Overall market is quite mixed, as I see more red on my watch list. Reason for that, I think it's definitely because of the GDP numbers, which just missed the expectations. So let's just be careful. 5R, beautiful, able to sell. Did you? Yeah, I was a bit worried about you with this DJT, guys. This DJT yesterday, it was a crazy one. Really, I really hope you did not get hurt by this previous, like in the beginning of the day, hot, and then a big drop because some of the traders just, I know they stuck in, including Scott, but as far as I remember, he got out after the first or the second half. And look at that beast. It's just get back to the highs. You know what, guys? DJT, it's just, it let remember me on the time when Trump was the president and he had a speech. Market just moved like that under his speech or during his speech, actually. So it was when he was speaking, it was a presidential speech, and definitely the market made such a crazy moves like DJT yesterday. So I had a deja vu yesterday indeed, but I'm very happy that you managed it back to the green side. Okay, guys. And by the way, I know it was a hard one, but it's an amazing comeback, and I'm happy that you were lucky on that trade because you know that it was a little luck as well, but we deserve some luck from time to time. Okay, traders. So actually, regarding the DJT, the presidential election, and so on, don't forget that there is only like today. It's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday coming the election day. Or so if it's not going to take only one day, I mean the election, yeah. But until it's going to turn out who is going to be the next president of the United States, it's going to take at least 4 or 5 days. US guys, please just tell me if I'm wrong. But usually it takes, of course, time to collect all of the votes and make the math. And so far, I am expecting a really crazy volatility towards this Tuesday move for sure. Hi, Mark. Good morning to you. DVG, nice to see you. Good morning. Okay, traders, so let's just go back to the big movers on the economic front. As I've told you, miss on the GDP, better on the non-farm employment change, ADP non-farm employment change, but unfortunately seems like that the market took it it took the market to the downside. And yes, thank you, DVG. We just found it. It's on my chart at the moment. SMCI crazy drop on exactly on that news, and I would say maybe it's a bit reacted, but let's be careful today anyway with the semiconductor stocks, because not only SMCI is down, but of course AMD, which just missed the numbers, resigned over governance and transparency concerns. Yes, that's crazy bad news for definitely for our company. So we need to be careful. Some posters this year, I'm predicting that we know the winner by next day. Really? That's interestingly. That's going to be another story then. Okay, guys, now let's just move quickly to the movers. I don't even have time to dig deep into the news, not too many, and indeed Europe in red. Very bad news from Volkswagen, unfortunately. Like the sales dropped like 67%, something like that. Oof, crazy. And on Chinese stocks were the only one into the green, or Japanese stocks. They were into the green side, but not the Chinese market. It was down actually. And on the big movers, I'm just going here traders and let's just go through them. I mentioned you AMD and Google. There is no doubt that we need to put them one AMD to the short side and the other one which is going to be Google to the long side. This is which I am going to start with. And SMCI to the secondary list. Definitely I feel like there will be some opportunity on the SMCI today for day traders, but I strongly warning the newbies like the starter day traders that this is not the best stock for you. Okay, be careful with this one. Yes, Isaac. The company fired accountant because of transfer. Yes, yeah, DDG just put in the news as well. Crazy, crazy, crazy. But even the impact or the effect on the stock is insane. Okay, guys, Elini reached the next one, tumble 7.5, missing analyst expectations. Ouch, let's just watch LLY. LLY at the moment, it's on $807, even breaking the 200 EMA. Wow, that's a gap, guys. Let's just put it to the short side. Also, let's be careful with LLY because LLY tends to be a little bit volatile, and not just volatile, but spready too. But I'm going to put it to the short side, LLY. Okay, next one, Caterpillar, another earnings stock, which is down again to the where $365 area. The reason for that, industrial giant reported weaker than expected earnings. Also, if you check the pre-market, it's a decent try for a recovery, but it's still bad news. So I think, and even the revenue also fell 4%, by the way. I think that we will see a reversal here. Thank you, Roger. Yes, we know the news here already. XPO, logistics company, 3.9% higher on the third quarter earnings. Beautiful. Thank you for Scott for his list, and for Mark, as always, very much appreciated as every day. I'm just telling you, thank you for your list. And as I see, you have Amazon on the list. Yeah, I liked it yesterday, this one 88.80, which I missed, but it was a nice breakout. I'm going to watch it today. And XPO, though, is just going to go to my secondary list. Reason for that, the pre-market volume, it's not that convincing. VinFast Auto is here, climbed 5.1% higher, VFS. Let's see. I'm a bit okay. I don't even have no, I don't like this stock actually. So let's just move it on. We have enough better ones to choose from, especially like Chipotle, CMG, which I see Scott's list included as well, and it is at the moment on a very nice high volume and a beautiful move to the downside, which just takes it a great short candidate. The reason for that the casual chain reported weaker than expected revenue for the third quarter. Google is here, which I told you, strong third quarter earnings. Beautiful. Snap is here. This is the next one. Social media platform, 10.5% higher after beating earnings expectations. One little problem with Snap that usually this is not a huge mover. It does not. It's not right at the moment. But as you can see, the average daily move, it's usually it's really rare when it's moving $1. Now it's up on the $11 area, huge gap to fill. And you know what? Just because of the gap, I like it to the long side. I mean, on the daily, you can see a gap, which actually is going to be filled only at 12.68, something like that. Maybe it did fill it already in the pre-market. No, not yet. I like Snap, guys, to the long side. Okay, guys, what else here? QRVO, Semiconductor Solutions. Ouch, not a good day for the semicons, guys. Even QRVO is down 20% on weak earnings and guidance. Ouch, that's not a good news, definitely, especially for the poor stockholders. QRVO is down now 20% on 223,000 pre-market volume, so that makes it eligible for our shortlist. Visa is here, which is finally one which is not tumbling but going higher, and Visa it's higher now with 3% and with a very nice, not that very nice, sorry, pre-market volume. Let's see if there will be any pickup in the volume. In this case, it can be a good one to the long side. AMD is down 8%, as I've told you. Fortunately, not the best earnings indeed. And Reddit is another good stock to the long side, because Reddit actually saw a 22% after better than expected report for the third quarter and showed surprise swing to a profit. So seems like that RDDT, sorry, I mistyped it, RDDT can be a continuation to the upside. Also, seems like it is not loading for me. I don't know why. Very nice pre-market volume though. That's interesting. And it's just tapped 100%. Unbelievable indeed. And just because it went a bit too much to the upside, like 20+%, I'm just going to put it to the secondary list. And first Solar, at last but not least FSLR, which is down on just a weaker earnings than expected. So FSLR is going to my shortlist. But as I've told you, this is just the start of the Mac 7 earnings release with Alphabet, because Microsoft and Meta coming after the market close. And as I see, most of the stocks are quite strong. I'm going to call them to the long side actually, especially because, you know, the Alphabet just started the earnings season of the big techs is really good on a very positive tone. They are not going to be affected by this little red market. Well, let's see. And Amazon, I agree. I see DVG just called Amazon to the long side, so I'm not going to. And I see one more little stock here, which can be interesting, and this is Pinterest. Pinterest is up 1.8%. On the green side, and I really love the daily. It can go back nicely to this $34 area. So Pinterest, I'm going to watch it only on the secondary list actually, but Pinterest, it's on my secondary list. GME is moving, DJT, I'm not sure I'm going to touch it. SMCI, it's on my secondary list too because of this ugly news and huge dump. It's still down 32%, amazing. And one more stock which I am watching actually, traders, it's Roku. Roku is higher, 1.1% in pre-market. Pre-market volume is not that strong, but I'm going to watch it on the secondary list only. Hi Jim, good morning today. Okay, Amir, I don't know. I think Scott is going to have more information on Amir, but I like as well. Amir, it's here, of course. We very appreciate his calls too. All right, traders. So I have my list here as well, long, short, and secondary. And actually, my time just... yeah, it's just ending now. So I'm going to leave you now in the good hands of Scott and DVG and maybe Amir. I don't know if he is going to join. I wish you a beautiful green morning though, traders. Be careful because as I've told you, as we are getting closer and closer to this 5th of November, the election day, and especially with this lots of news on the economic front, on the earnings side, I am expecting choppy, volatile market. Hopefully not choppy because we definitely need direction, but a definitely volatile market is ahead. So be cautious with your share size. This is what I can just give you as a good advice to start the day with, and I wish you a beautiful green day. And as always, you can find me in the TEFS trading or guidance room where I'm going to trade with you for an extra hour. And if you have any questions regarding the TEFS packages, anything like that, please just let me know. Jim, will we ever get you back in the afternoons? Well, Jim, at the moment, unfortunately, I cannot. You know what? If it would, or it would be up to me, I really would join there. But I must tell you that I have my limits as well. And I feel like that as the afternoons, you know, in Europe is the evening, I cannot give that quality let's call it like trading as I used to, okay? Because unfortunately, it's very tiring for me. But you know what? As soon as I feel like I'm capable to do it, I'm going to be back. This is what I can just tell you, okay? But so far, unfortunately, I just don't try. I'm not trying to stretch my limits. Okay, guys. So have a beautiful green morning and.
Good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a wonderful Wednesday, middle of the week, hump day, 2 days behind us, 2 days in front of us. We're smack dab in the middle this morning. And boy, what a volatile market that we have this morning. A lot of great news out there, a lot of interesting news, and we're going to get into this day. Thank you to Aggie for getting us prepared for the morning here, getting us focused in the right direction. We're going to take you even further than that, get you dialed into some stocks this morning, and we will be excited to be able to trade these markets. That volatility is here. There's no doubt about it. We're going to watch that as we get into this Wednesday session. Well, great day yesterday and great 2 days yesterday of profitability. Today, as we head out and get into the markets today, got to tell you what, looking forward to trading with everybody today. Now, as we get into the day today, let's start in on these markets. We'll start with Asia in the overnight session where we saw the Nikkei up 374 points. The Hong Kong Hang Seng down 320.50, and the Shanghai and China down 20. Europe still in session right now. They're red across the board. German DAX down 273. FTSE in the UK down 59. The CAC 40 in Paris down 131. You combine that with Asia, there's only one market up, and that's the Nikkei. 4 markets down, putting pressure on the U.S. futures this morning. In the pre-market, we're down across the board. Dow futures down 62, S&P futures down 6.5, and the Nasdaq futures down 35.25. So not big, but still pointing it in the wrong direction if you're long these markets. Oil's up at $1.11, 68.32 per barrel, and if you're in the gold patch this morning, well, flight to quality, 27.97.40 per troy ounce, up $16.30. Silver's down 24 cents. Copper's down. Platinum's down. Palladium is down as well. So just oil moving in that upward movement here. Some numbers coming out today. U.S. economy grew at a 2.8% pace in the third quarter, kind of less than expected, although not really hurting the market that bad. The consumer spending and federal government outlays were 2 of the biggest contributors to GDP growth. So consumer spending, people out there back out in the economy spending, which is good for the economy at this point in time. And the 10-year Treasury yield hovers near a 3-month high as traders digest the economic data. And we've got earnings coming out week in, week out. We got tons of earnings today. Had earnings last night. You see SMCI getting a haircut here this morning. That's not good news. They got accounting issues here, plunging about 35% as an auditor resigns after raising concerns months earlier. They said that the resignation letter was unwilling to be associated with management's financial statements. So there's obviously proof in the pudding there that they're looking at and saying, hey, listen, we don't want to be aligned with somebody that's possibly cooking the books. So we'll keep an eye on that this morning as well. We talked about this before. Private job creation totaled 233,000 in October, far more than expected. That's great. Jobs are out there, people fueling the economy, and that's what makes this world go around. Okay, that's about it this morning. We're going to start off lower in the red this morning. We'll see if we recover. We've got good earnings. Google out there, Meta out there, Snap out there, Reddit this morning. SMCI's got the downward move, and same thing with AMD. So we've got plenty to choose from this morning. Let's say good morning to everybody here in the room. Get you prepared for the day. Itzhak, good morning. Mark O, good morning. Vess, good morning. Clifton, good morning to you. Yep. Jim Durham, good morning. Yep. No doubt about it. Miguel, good morning to you. Yep. Good morning, Itzhak. Okay, let's talk about some stocks here this morning. Get you prepared for the day. Do like the AMD trade under, what is that, 153 this morning. AMD getting bounced this morning with some poor forecasted earnings here. AMD short this morning under 153, and that should probably take us down to 150 maybe. Snap this morning over 1160. That is a long trade here. I'd like to see it under 1150, but we'd take it for face value here, $11.60 here on the way up on Snap, SNAP. And then Reddit, the same thing. Now I like Reddit here under over 102.50. We'll see if it pulls back or if we're going to miss the boat on this. This is going to be 102.50. So we need the stock to pull back, obviously, to get into the trade. And then last but not least, the Meta trade here, 605 Meta long, META long 605. So if you've got anything else, again, please post your trades in here. That's what makes the community great. Post your trades. Those of you that are on YouTube this morning, please do the same. We would certainly appreciate that. Appreciate you taking the time to post your trades. Let us know what's going on there. How are you doing? And we look forward to hosting you today. YouTube channel continuing to grow. We appreciate that. Good bunch of people here posting each and every day, and thank you for doing that. Phil, good morning on YouTube. And if you're interested in coming into the room, there's a 7-day free trial hooked on there too as well. So we appreciate you taking the time to be with us and look forward to hosting you here in the room soon. Jim Dunham, good morning to you. DVG.
Hey, Scott, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfect. How are you this morning?
Doing all right. I'll be watching the hyperscalers this morning, Microsoft, Amazon, Google. Obviously, Google having a great report, really primarily focused around cloud operations. So that's a big reason why we saw Microsoft move, Amazon move pretty viciously to the upside. I think it's just kind of a good preview of what's to come. Are we kind of, approaching areas where people are going to take profit? That's going to be my focus today. Obviously, some pretty bad news for SMCI. We talked about that at length or at nauseum, but AMD really kind of concerning. I'm looking at probably shorting a majority of the chip stocks, namely those tied to Apple. So QRVO, Qualcomm, ARM. I'll be looking to short that. In fact, ARM is probably going to be my first short this morning. Just because based on QRVO, their report sounds like a lot of the suppliers for Apple are getting hit. So kind of looking more broadly of who's providing chips or parts or what have you to Apple. And then obviously I'll be keeping an eye on Apple to see, it's been pretty resilient. It hasn't really gone down much this morning, but we talked about potentially shorting that into earnings. I will probably wait until the earnings happen before I do, but we shall see. I'd like to see it at 234, 235. We may have missed the opportunity yesterday, but I'll be keeping an eye on Apple.
When do they report, DVG? When does Apple report?
Apple will report Thursday after
Thursday
the close.
This week? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
We have Microsoft, Meta, Coinbase this afternoon or after the close, along with Roku, Starbucks, and Robinhood. So definitely be keeping an eye on those names. Microsoft, Meta, they're on my list for today to see how they behave. Seeing a little bit of a pullback here on Microsoft, about a $3 pullback. So I'm just kind of more concerned, like, are people going to start taking profits after, great earnings for these names? Possibly. But in the chip sector specifically, I'm going to be looking likely to be short. CMG, by the way, they reported last night. I was keeping an eye on that. I think they're going to do well today, so might be looking to go long on CMG. Markets are open. Good luck.
So have a great day today, traders. Trading these markets. Open for business. Remember, this is going to be about a, I don't know, 50-point move on the Dow down lower. So we'll see what happens here. Does SMCI recover all that? I doubt it. I doubt it. I think there's until the fire and the smoke go away. I don't think we're going to see a recovery there anytime soon. In fact, I'd be more apt to just short the stock here under 35 on SMCI. Meta coming to a discount here. Just keep your powder dry. Reddit moving. No chance here this morning for Reddit. Just first candle up and away. I will take the. I'm going to go 600 on Meta. Meta long 600, and this will be a small share size trade. I'm just going to take 200 shares on Meta at 600 here, and then I can add over 602. So watch Meta here.
Just started a short position on SMCI here. Seeing how ARM behaves right here at this 154. Takes off. We'll ignore the short. Won't work on that.
I'm going to join you here. SMCI under 35 with DVG. I'm short the stock right now. Small share size here. I will add to that anything under 34 break, and I will come into SMCI here. Watching Meta. Wow, look at that OKLO.
SMCI here in a moment.
Under 34, I'll add to full share size, SMCI.
Excuse me.
Wow, look at Reddit go. Unbelievable. Real nice. Real nice.
Okay, right here, 153.90 on ARM. Also watching Apple here. I'm going to add to SMCI, double the size here in a moment.
33.50, I will come out of SMCI.
Yeah,
where there's smoke, there's fire, right? DVG. This stock is probably doesn't have a chance to survive.
I just added right now. Hope we don't get a bounce. It would not be great for me, but
no trade Meta. Only thing I'm in right now is SMCI.
Okay, gonna short Apple here, 232.10. Hopefully it doesn't bounce as well. Same thing. I'm not gonna fight the tape, but if we get a break, follow through. I'm gonna short Taiwan Semiconductor here, 193.60. TSM. I think we see a pullback in this sector. Watching Qualcomm as well, 170 level. Now watching the SPY. I'm going to put some puts on the SPY, 581 strike.
Okay, traders, I'm going to come out of the SMCI. I'm going to be covering 3/4 of the trade right here. 33.30, 33.27. I am out of the trade. First trade of the day, a profitable trade. Bank that cash. Pay yourself first. Here we go. Looking great.
Yeah, I'll take some off SMCI here too. I like that. I just paid myself a little bit. ARM, I want to see it tank.
595. Meta. Going long Meta here. Small share size to start, but it's only going to take me $1 to come to full share size here. Actually, now I'm going to go long right here. 593.50. And I am long the stock here. META long 593.50. This is yesterday's close.
SMCI under 33, so let's see a 32 print, and I'll take a little bit more off. I just think this is one where someone yells fire, everybody runs. So I will wait. Okay, Qualcomm watching here, 170. I'm going to add to the puts here on SPY if we break underneath the low of day. Amazon looking great to the upside. Qualcomm just broke 170. We're in. So that's Qualcomm at 170. Qcom 170. I just got to be patient. I mean, if we see the chips rip higher, I'm going to get out of the way. But I have a feeling we're going to see it more broadly. You know, we're seeing the SMCI. We saw what happened with AMD. Horrible report. Actually, I shouldn't say it was horrible, but there was one big on their annual report. Anybody know what that was? Curious.
Come on, Meta. Meta's sitting here at the bottom. Again, I'm going to add over 595 here, go full share size on Meta here. Starting off slow.
Just took a little more
SMCI.
off of SMCI.
I'm also coming out all shares SMCI. I'm finished with the trade. Nice short, DVG. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for the short. Yep.
I'm going to add it on ARM under 153. I don't like this TSM trade anymore. I'm going to probably dump it here in a second. The thing is, TSM is just, as a business, way more efficient than a lot of these other guys. So not surprised to see it try to push higher, but I still think they may fall victim, like collectively on the chip side. There's going to be more money trying to get out than get in. So Apple now pushing higher. Yikes. NVIDIA pretty resilient under 140 now, which is pretty interesting. SMCI, folks. Let's see it get a break under 32 now. Your bank's a profit. Out of Apple. Good news is SPY is breaking lower, so I'll add here. I want to see a break under the close now. No full-blown follow-through down to 580.10 at a minimum. NVIDIA now breaking down. Guys, be careful here if you're long. This can get violent.
Okay, Meta looking good. Traders, again, that 595 right here going to add to the trade. This could be a monster trade. OKLO at the top here. Second trade of the day now. First trade was a short on SMCI. Second trade here on Meta, adding at the break of 595. I'm long the stock. Full share size now. Target 596 on Meta.
I'm adding to ARM now. Full size. Big pullback in Microsoft. Wow. It's up at 440 and change pre-market. All right, guys, we're going to get ready to take a partial on the options here for the SPY in just a moment. I want to see what it does at 580.10. If we break that pretty quickly, I'm going to get ready to trigger a partial. And if we continue to break through 580, I'll wait. See if we get a little exuberance on the sell-off. 3, 2, 1. There we go. Getting ready to take a partial on the puts here on the SPY. Big trade for me on that one. Wow, huge trade.
Good job. Very nice.
Okay, there's that 580.10 mark. Okay, I like it. I like it. ARM now breaking down beautifully. We will take a partial here on the SPY, right? Let's see if we get a break under 580. 580. Okay, that's good enough for me. I'll take a partial there. We've got some size working in our favor on the SPY. We've got ARM now cooking for us. Really want to see ARM break the pre-market low. So that's 151.79. I think we're going to get it here in just a moment. Still got some running here on the SPY puts, which look great. We already paid ourselves on SMCI, so that's working. TSM, thank goodness, you know, we held on there a little bit longer than I would have liked, but it's working in our favor now. Apple, I did get out, but it's kind of no surprise. Apple's had my number for the last week. Just really, I think I've given more money in Apple or more money to Apple in short positions than I've been paid on it. So that's take those trades with a grain of salt, I guess. Watch ARM, guys. I'd love to see a big breakdown here. Maybe if it does break that pre-market low, that 151.79, I'll be watching for like a 148 print. Stay tuned on that. Here we go. Here we go. Boom. Full size trade, guys, on ARM. We are banking it. Okay, I'm going to take some off here. Why not? Guys, huge,
nice.
huge move. Love it. This is the benefit of, we talk about just trading mornings, Scott. I did manage, I was on at the close yesterday talking, also going to get ready to take a partial here on TSM. We get a break of pre-market lows here. But I was watching the earnings. Google absolutely crushed. AMD, I did manage to get into AMD. It took it for like 5 points. You know, obviously could have made way more. And then Google, I was hesitant. I think one of our traders actually took it and really made a ton of dough on it. So I was happy for that. But I was late to it. I ended up getting about maybe 2 points out of Google after hours. But yeah, guys, keep an eye on the SPY. We're making dough on the runners for our put options. Let me see. I'm up. How much is that?
Meta continuing to roll now.
44%.
That AKLO, very tempting here at the $26 mark. If it gets under 26, I'm going to probably take it long. That's in the upper left corner.
All right, let's see if we get a little more on QCOM. I'm not too happy about 70 cents. I want to see a big dip down. All right, y'all. So we know the rules, right? So on ARM, I'm not getting rich off of a couple points, but it was a full-size position. So nice green day banked. Now we're letting the rest run, right? So hopefully y'all were able to take that trade with me. I don't know if you did or didn't, but great trade. Guys, ARM down at 150 now. Let's go. QCOM following suit. TSM following suit. Let's go. Look at ARM, folks. Anybody take that trade with me? Anybody? If you did,
my post
please
on
reach out.
Okay, LO.
QCOM
Long 26.
TSM taking a partial here.
If we get back there.
I love days like this.
Yep. Really great. All I need is Meta to sneak up there, and we got this day made, no doubt about it.
Let's see what Meta's done. Yeah, Meta has been a powerhouse, man. That thing is. Yep. Get out of its way. It's just gonna keep buying every share possible. That's what it was doing yesterday. And they report this evening, along with Microsoft. Wow. Eli Lilly, guys, down 13%.
It's not good for the Dow, that's for sure.
No. What's interesting is I had this, sometimes I don't know if you guys are drawing out these levels, etc., but I had $810.25 as an ideal, target to the downside, and then of course, up near 958 if it reported well. And the fact that we dropped that far, I'm shocked, to be honest. All right. I'm going to keep an eye on Chipotle around this 55, let's call it 56 level. Could be interesting to go long.
Come on, Meta, roll, baby. I'm full share size of stock again. 596 is going to be my target. I think there's probably more to it, probably all the way to 600, but I'm going to pay myself first, get out of the way, let it roll.
Oh no, Apple. Don't do it. Guys, I might just add to my original. So we took a partial on SMCI on the way down. I might be interested in adding more if we continue to break down. The only concern I have is we're seeing some buyers step into TSM and ARM, but we've taken partials across the board. I'm just surprised we're not seeing more downside, to be honest.
Coming off the bottom again, the markets right now, we're in for a little surprise here. We don't have this this big move off the bottom here. In fact, this morning we're down about 36 on the Nasdaq, 40 on the Nasdaq, 10 on the S&P, and what is that, 11 on the Dow. So we're just kind of skimming that bottom level right now. So I think if the market turns here, we should see a little bit of a move on Meta. Watching OKLO for the entry here at 26 as well.
Excuse me. Yeah, FSLR, guys, there's so many stocks, right? FSLR reported not so great. I think if a certain administration comes in, you could count on solar moving higher. But all right, guys, I'm going to hit CMG here. Let's go long. I mentioned that 56 level, but didn't have time to close. I got CMG, $56.22. Stop loss will be just under the lows, so call it 55.89. See if this thing can shake and bake. Yeah.
Go, Meta, go. I'm going to wait just a little bit longer here as we approach that VWAP, that blue line, and then I'm going to come out of Meta. Currently long OKLO, and the Meta trade right here. I know I'm going to be premature here, but I'm going to take some off right here at the, yeah, we're right at 597. This is going to be a huge trade for me too. Yeah, I'm going to take it off right here, 596.50, and I am out 3/4 of the trade on Meta, and that trader is a 3-point trade right here, full share size on Meta off the bottom here. So that just made my day right there. Now I've got 1/4 of that, and then full share size now on OKLO. OKLO. Okay. Way to start, DVG. We're off to the races here on this Wednesday, hump day, middle of the week.
Yeah, I'm watching Microsoft now potentially for a long. Let's see what it does around the VWAP here. Yeah, as I'm long the CMG stock here, I think I might order Chipotle for lunch.
There you go. Won't cost you a thing.
That's right. That's right.
Let the market pay for it today.
All right. Well, this is why you pay yourself first, right? I mean, this is not looking great for ARM, a couple of these other positions that we shorted this morning. But the good news is we paid ourselves on the way down. So I'm not going to let these go against me too much. I will wait just a little bit longer on ARM and the SPY. The SPY is like right at my break-even price. So I don't really mind seeing what it does here. Buy the dip, buy the dip. Everyone seems to
Yeah, right.
now be
Especially on a
trained
day like today.
to buy the dip.
That,
I'm waiting
that
for the
Meta
day.
exit is perfect here.
Yeah, very nice trade, Scott. I think we're getting close. Like this week is probably the week that we may shake that behavior. I think. Personally, I think Apple might be the one that changes that. Worth noting. See the disclaimer, just an opinion. But it's hard to say that the hyperscalers aren't making money, aka cloud vendors, like after Google's report. The only thing I saw in Google's report that was a little bit concerning was it looked like their capex was slowing down on some of this AI spend, etc. So maybe markets have a tendency to overshoot to the upside or the downside. So when does that start to unravel? I don't know, but this is earnings week, so CMG not looking great. Again, right now, I'm slightly red on some of these runners from the shorts that we had this morning. SMCI, I don't like that it's getting over 36, so I'm going to probably dump it. They're talking now, putting out news reports on SMCI. Trying to do some damage control, it looks like. Here we go,
The only thing
CMG.
that I'm in right now is the OKLO, and here we go, traders. Again, 27 target full share size trade to start. Yep. Kev, you can add to it for sure. I'm in full share size at 26.
CMG, go baby, go. You know, I get into trouble sometimes with these cheaper stocks because I'll buy a huge position and forget that, you know, it's all relative still. You know, you buy 1,000 shares of something that has an impact. You know what I mean? 1,000 shares, so I got to be careful on CMG here. But I will probably add. I'll double my position if we get over 56.72 maybe. Okay, we're getting close. CMG. Hey, there we go. CMG just
Awesome.
added double size. Let's
Love
go. See a push over 57. That'd be awesome. Target price right now is 57.71 on CMG before I really start trying to bank some. SPY incredible strength, like just V-shaped recovery off the bottom today. Looks very similar to what it looked like yesterday. Again, I'm going to probably dump the rest of these puts here in a moment. I'm just waiting to see what it does here at the 200 EMA for those of you guys who use that indicator. ARM kind of similar. It's right at the 200 EMA as we speak. So, and ironically, the target I have for CMG is at its 200 EMA, 1 minute. So looking for CMG to move higher, looking for SPY, ARM, and TSM to continue to move lower off those remaining shares.
Yeah, and again, traders, again, OKLO looking sharp now. 27 target, getting close. You know, we're getting close enough here for me on OKLO. SMCI starting to take off.
Yeah.
Could it do something miraculous today? I doubt it, but you never know. Okay. OKLO, those of you that join me in this trade, coming out right here at the 26.85 mark. Going to give it a few more pennies and then come out 3/4 of the trade here towards the top of the range. We'll see what happens at 27. So give it a couple more pennies here, hopefully to the upside. SMCI has halted. Nice. Maybe it's all a smoke and mirror thing. Maybe there's nothing to it and it bounces right back up.
Yeah,
It
they're
would
in
kill a
damage
lot of
control.
people.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, people were probably buying it up like, oh, it's impossible that they could have anything wrong. I don't know, man. I would be very reluctant if I'm an investor in that stock.
Yeah,
I
no
can see
doubt.
you could get some clarity on that. Like, that's never good. If you guys remember, originally it started with Hindenburg Research making that claim, and then now to see it kind of get validated 3 times. You have the annual report was delayed. Now you've got this person leaving, independent auditor or whatever. Like, that's not good. Hey guys, take a look at
No.
CMG. Let's get this move over 57. Let's go. We'll take a look at who else reports here coming up. So before the open tomorrow, Uber, Peloton, Merck, ConocoPhillips, Altria, MasterCard, Estee Lauder, and Norwegian Cruise Lines. And the big ones that I've got on my list.
Yep. Perfect time to take the OKLO trade. Yeah, it's the whole accounting firm, Ernst & Young. Yeah. Well, they're back up trading now.
Someone's turning the algos on. Be careful. See if there's Microsoft. I think I like Microsoft to the upside actually. I'll take it right here. Let's see if we get a small little red candle here. If not, I'll hit a market order on Microsoft long. Okay, we're in Microsoft long 435.90. Not the best entry though. CMG, let's go. Push into that 57 handle be great. All right, I'm going to take some off of CMG here in a moment. Got a big position in it, so I suppose that's the trouble in this quote-unquote cheaper stock. And I'm going to get stopped out here on ARM. No problem. We made our money on it. It's no problem. Now we got Microsoft moving. I'm going to add here in this 436 print. So adding to Microsoft long. Target here will be 437.5, so another point or so.
Yeah, still in the OKLO trade. I still think there's some more upside to the trade here. Again, that 27 mark needs to be taken out to the upside. We'll see. Yeah, it's interesting though. You would think, Jim, that SMCI would be at the low of the day going lower, but for some reason it caught a bid here. We're up a little bit on the stock. So if there's where there's smoke, there's usually fire. So see if it lasts or not.
Yeah, exactly, Jim. You got the big four powerhouses, right, when it comes to auditing firms. You got PwC, Deloitte, KPMG. E&Y falls into that top, we'll say top 10. You know. All right, guys, I'm going to get ready to take a partial here on Microsoft. A nice quick trade here. Let's see if we can get a little more, though. I'd like to see a 437 print. Taking some off of CMG here. Want to get that 57 print. So, and we still have a pretty big position, though, on CMG. I just, I realized I bought way too many shares. Let's go, Microsoft. Come on.
Like it when it happens when it goes in your direction, though.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. All right, Microsoft, 437, one time. Let's go. Getting ready to take a partial on Microsoft. Not a huge winner, but, you know, right now I'm a little bit hesitant on just how high these markets are going to move. You know, can Microsoft go to 440? Yes, I think that's kind of the ideal target. So on the way up, I'm going to pay myself to make sure that I'm de-risking. Some people like to just YOLO and hang on till that target. I don't do that. I'd love to see 438 though. That'd be amazing. That's a lot of volume on Microsoft. If you look at all the last like 15 candles, nothing but buying. Anybody see that? I mean, maybe it's not 15 candles, but it's, I mean, this thing is 437 is inevitable. Let's go. Watching the level 2. All right, I'm going to take a quick partial here on Microsoft. Let's go. That's a winning trade. I'll take it. I will take that. A quick point
No
on
doubt.
Microsoft.
Very nice.
I've got some runners left. Let's see if they continue to move higher. Unfortunately, my runners have not been the greatest after shorts, but let's see what happened with the long positions on CMG and Microsoft this morning. Man, I'm so tempted to hit SMCI right now for like a big position to the downside.
I don't see the problem with doing that under 36 DVG.
Yeah, I think I might do it right now, actually.
Nibble on it and add under 35.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm out. All shares AKLO.
Oh, that's
all shares. All shares OKLO. Right at that 26 mark there. Okay, I'm completely flat. I'm going to join DVG here. 36 SMCI short. I'll post it here. Small share size.
Yeah, I got a 36.17. I thought that was a terrible fill, but it's looking okay right now. Here comes Microsoft. All right.
SMCI will look a lot better at a 35. Look at all the shares though they're buying. $30,000. 34,000 blocks. 50,000 blocks on level 2, and that's on the buy side.
We see another print under 36 again. I might hit it. Took a little bit more off of my Microsoft trade in that 437 print. I didn't get the best print though. 437.08. Nah. But whatever. I'll take it. Yeah, because look, man, I would love to see like pre-market highs. 440 on Microsoft would be amazing. You know, they report, so there's that. Tonight, right? So if it's going to happen, it's going to happen today. The trouble is how many people we saw pre-market. As soon as they saw 440 print, what did they do? Took profit. So the only trouble with that. Only concern I have with the SMCI right now, Scott, is squeeze.
Yeah.
You know, you look at the SPY this morning, look at Qs this morning. As soon as they saw shorts covering, I mean, they just took full advantage and ran everyone over. I'd be a little more patient here on SMCI, but no. Anytime I hear financial issues, that to me is a green flag to go red. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. Price for you and the cost. Cool. I just saw your CMG post there. I agree with you. Anytime when in the money, I just sell MO. Oh, do cash the table sometimes. Yeah, but you know that's why we talk. You know, at least for us, we talk about taking partials, paying yourself first. Like in the scenario, say for example, the shorts that I had today, we took partials along the way. We got paid, which is great. I had some running positions as it was moving against. I got out a little bit more, trimmed up the position. Technically, it's a little bit more of a partial, but I'm basically de-risking that. Like, hey, if these running shares go to my entry, I can get out of the way and not be hurt by that move. So I'm not. Yeah, I'm giving back some money, but I'm not taking a huge hit on. You know, let's just say, for example, if I made, I don't know, $1,000 on the trade, round number, right? But if I made $1,000 on a trade, I'm not going to give back 1,000. You know, I might give back $100 in that trade, for example. So I'm keeping 900. That's still a great trade. And then on the off chance, like again, we're seeing here in SMCI, we got a second chance. Scott and I are both in this thing. I'm actually going to add right here. I want to see it break down below the VWAP here in a moment. You know, many people like normally I would take a partial here, but because the news is so bad, like I'm going to take advantage of this. Right? We're seeing what is it, 95 million shares, and on average it's 57 million shares that trade through this. So we have double the volume. So yeah, it's going to be super volatile in a name like SMCI, but I'm not going to, you know, if I'm wrong and it moves against me, I'm not going to fight it. Just get out of the way. Here we go, SMCI. So we added to that position while I was talking. Now I'm going to wait for the VWAP, which is coming up here. It's right under 35 bucks. I see anything under 35 or right near it, you know, 35.10, something like that. I'm going to take a partial. Maybe I'll write a book and call it The Game of Points. What do you think, Scott? Yeah, 3, 2, 1, right? Because yeah. We'll count down. SMCI break the VWAP in 3, 2, 1. Toilet. Yeah, you know what? I'm with Jim on that, Ed. unless you are incredibly lucky or a YOLO trader, it's hard to get the full move. We talked. I mean, guys, you remember we were talking about Meta yesterday? 577, 577. We've been talking about that level for what? 2 weeks? 3 weeks? It's been a while, right? 577, 577. Then it was like, well, maybe 585. That's the next level. Look at it now. Meta's up at $600, or 595, but it got up to 605 pre-market, 608. You know, if you made 5 points, 10 points, 11 points, that's still a great trade, man. Still a great trade. Yeah. Come on, SMCI. Look at the SPY now. About to run. It's about to break out. Unbelievable. That to me is more of a shock actually today. See, the SPY is stronger than the Qs, and we're reporting all the tech names this week. So there's way more breadth when you've got the SPY pushing harder, right? That means that there's other names getting the action. And if you look at it, anybody remember the top 2 sectors? Anybody? You want to see growth in markets. What 2 sectors lead usually? Bingo, Rick. You get the gold star, my friend, for the day. Yeah, tech and banks or financials. But go look at your financials today. They're up almost across the board, about 1.5 to 2% across the board. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some rotation in oil soon. Obviously, Exxon and Chevron report Friday before the open.
Yep. DVG, I'm coming out here at 35. At the break of 35, I'll be done.
I'm gonna do the same. I'm watching it right now. I'd like to see like a 35.10-ish print somewhere in there. I mean, I'm not gonna get greedy. Horseshoes and hand grenades, right? But I'm gonna take a partial right here. Actually, this will work for me. Take 3/4
I'm going to give it a
trade
few
off
more
here.
pennies. I'm going to take mine off.
That was a fun one we did together, Scott. I actually really enjoyed when you and I take
no
trades
doubt.
together.
Yeah, we've been a couple of them today, which is great.
Yeah. Nice, Ed. Amazing. It's a real gold, the gold star you promised. No, do you guys remember those back in the day? Back in school, you get those. They'd always have the packet of stars that have, what were the colors of them? I think they were the gold, silver, bronze, blue, and red. Were they? I think.
I remember gold and silver.
Yeah. Yeah. Are we going to create a new indicator, Scott? DVG,
yeah.
Scott.
DVG and
directional
Scott indicator, right?
Yeah, it's like, hey, they both are long this, buy it, right? Or they both short it, short it. If I see a 437 print on Microsoft, I'm going to set this to autopilot. Right now, I'm just kind of managing the trade. We took a partial twice in Microsoft, so we still have a little, some size, but not enough for me to get too scared about it. If I see a 437 print again, I'm just going to move my stop loss up and then put it on autopilot. Like if anything, I'd say tonight's the night for the Qs to test the all-time highs. Remember, it's at 503.52 on the Qs, and it'll be because of Meta and Microsoft. I think Meta will probably be a little subdued today. I mean, there was a ton of buying yesterday, so there's like seeing it kind of baseline here at 595. I'm not super surprised, considering it moved up from 575 to 605, so 30 points. On a $1.5 trillion company, it's a big move. So I think it may stabilize a little bit today on Meta and kind of stay where it's at. Whereas Microsoft, after Google's report, Microsoft arguably the bigger name in cloud capabilities. Not to mention the broad
I am
swath
out all
of,
shares SMCI. Out all shares
I'll join you on
SMCI. Yep.
same.
I just, you know what, TVG, it's above the VWAP here. Maybe you could say that the VWAP is supporting it, and I don't want to risk anything more. I've got a perfect 5-0 record this morning, and I love it on a Wednesday. This just adds, you know, when you get to Wednesday, like we always say, we kind of joke about it, but it's middle of the week. It's right in the middle. You got 2 days behind, 2 days in front, and this is kind of one of those pivotal days. You come across, you know, if you have a couple of decent days or maybe one winning day, one losing day, Wednesday can set you up pretty nice. And I've really set myself up strong today. So great trading day.
All right, guys. Microsoft, zero chance of losing on that trade now. Absolutely zero chance of losing. But I'm with you too, Scott. I mean, look, we took that. I said, hey, maybe I'll write a book about the game of points. But as a trader, that's kind of what you're doing, right? If you can take a point here, a point there, and let's just say on the off chance if you're trading 1,000 shares or 100 shares, those points add up. Sometimes it's 80 cents, 70 cents, 60 cents, again, depending on the stocks you're choosing. But, you know, SMCI, we make a quick 1 point on that. It's a big trade. Got runners left on CMG, Microsoft to the upside. I'm keeping an eye on the Qs here. This 500 level has actually been slammed down a few times previously. Obviously, we broke through that yesterday and started testing that 501, 502 area. Again, I don't think we're going to try to breach 503 and a half until Microsoft gets on board. You know, we saw the move in Meta yesterday, so that's, you know, check. We saw the move on Google overnight that was favorable, check. Now we need Microsoft to prove that it is the big behemoth that it is. So check that box, right? So if we get all three of those, without doubt, Qs more than likely will be above that 503 and a half. Yeah, there's some potential overhead resistance here, Rick. But yeah, I still have some runners left on it. I want to see, you know, it needs to get over 57.60. We'll probably see a little bit of a fight there, but the big number is 58. Get over 58, the thing should continue. And I don't see why it wouldn't. The report wasn't that bad. I don't know how many of you guys actually look at the reports, or you know, you look at the numbers. Okay, yeah, they might have missed a little bit on revenue, but if you actually look at like what they're doing, it's considering new leadership and stuff, like they're doing well. But I can't say I'm going to wait till like, you know, 65, right? I mean, if I get another 50 cents out of this trade, I'll be happy. Good thing we got it at SMCI. It's moving higher now. All right, what does this look like here?
Yeah, perfect timing to cover there. And when you look back, I mean, from a training perspective, somebody would say, "Hey, why did you get out of SMCI? Why did you cover here?" Well, I mean, pretty simple. Like I said, the VWAP, you can see it support that move down. It didn't puncture through it. So to me, once it comes down, it touches that or stays above it, I want to get out. I don't need to be, risking or waiting or anything like that.
Apple finally breaking the low of the day. Of all the stocks, Scott, I usually trade Apple pretty well. In the last week and a half, 0 for 5, man,
Wow.
on that trade.
Maybe it's not your time.
No. I think I'll leave it alone. Watch, my target was 218 on the downside. Oh, Tesla. There's that 262. Again, if you mark your charts, I know 262 is an easier number. I have it marked 262.07 is like a more definitive level, 262.07. Once you get above that, that's, it's like breakout territory. We're there now. So how high does Tesla go? Well, take a look at the Qs. Take a look at the SPY, right? We're pushing higher. So I definitely think Tesla's got some room to run. All right, I'm going to trim a little bit more off Microsoft here, guys. Again, can't lose on that one. CMG, I'm going to do the same. I'm getting ready to just bank my profit for the day. Okay, I'm going to get all out of CMG here in a moment. And don't want to risk giving back a whole lot.
Wow, look at that OKLO now. Interesting how that stock was up today, big time at the pre-market. It's fallen all the way underneath. I mean, 25 would be a nice entry.
All right, guys, crude inventories, gas inventories, etc. are out like they do every Wednesday. Kind of favorable. Again, right before Exxon and Chevron report, so could be a good thing. So I just got a private message on CMG. I got out for the remaining position, a winning trade overall, but I'm not going to fight the tape. And I'm getting close to turning it in, right? I mean, why risk giving it back? Great trade on Microsoft, 2 shorts on SMCI, got paid on TSM, ARM, QCOM. Not a bad day. And made a little bit of money on CMG. Guys, the Qs are right at the close and getting rejected. This is interesting. You guys see that? Q's got to make a decision here.
Let's put the Qs up where AMD is here, since I'm not going to be trading this stock anymore. Always worth it to have. If you don't have it up here, have your triple Qs and your SPY looking at for any type of move. And Qs have closed that gap now, so I mean, if we can continue on, great. If we can't, it's going to tell us real quickly here.
Mm-hmm. 2% round trip off the open, 1% down, bounce back up. That's a pretty strong market. That said, do we have some of the folks that woke up a little late and now are like, hey, wait a minute, I didn't get a chance to sell my stuff. Let's keep an eye here on 501. I don't know. I'm going to pull up some put options here on the Qs. I think I'm going to make some quick 500 bucks. Let's see. My God, is it the end of October already? Halloween, huh?
Yep, coming up on it tomorrow.
Unbelievable. We'll have to kick Friday off with our new month cheers. 277. Okay, we'll grab some $500 strike puts for tomorrow. Just a few. I'll risk about 15 cents on these. Let me see. I'm reading this. Check out Lily. Okay. LOY. Yep. Yep. This is a tricky day to trade with all the economic reports and mixed earnings and greens calling quits. Ed, right on, cool, man. From the low, yeah. AMD, look at AMD. Yeah. VWAP was the short, right? But tell you what, if you were to take it, you'd have to ask yourself, what's your target, right? Your lowest 149.10. What would be your stop loss? You're kind of right in the middle right now. You'd be 1-to-1. So your stop loss right now probably have to be 152, 152 and change, and then you'd have to take out the low of day. So you're about 1-to-1 on that trade if you want to take it. All right. Aqua mounting. Oof. Let's see. Okay, here comes the breakdown in Qs. I'm gonna target the VWAP. I'll take half of my position off of the puts there. Quick and easy money. Quick and easy money. I'm about to get stopped out of Microsoft if it moves any lower. I just keep moving my stop higher and higher because I don't want to get back anything. But we took some off in the 437 handle, the 438 handle, so now we've got a small position left. So
Yeah, SMCI keeps coming here. I wouldn't be surprised if the Qs failed here. I was thinking about possibly a short on the Q at 500. I don't know. Reddit blasting off here.
yeah, actually, a friend of mine called me up and goes, "Hey, man, do you see Reddit? Great, great earnings report, whatever." And I'm like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Yeah, I just can't believe how well they're doing for a startup." I'm like, "You realize they were founded in like 2005, and Twitter was founded in like 2006. Like they've been around for a while. They just never put their stock up for sale, via IPO. So they IPO'd, what was it, last year maybe? Maybe it was even this year, recently. The only reason I won't trade Reddit is fear of the meme, I'd say. But I looked at without a doubt, they crushed their earnings. I mean, they absolutely just destroyed it. All the expectations. So good for them. I mean, seriously, they really outperformed. But this would be the level. If I owned Reddit, I would be looking to sell. It was down at $37 a year ago. It's up at 115 now. Seeing these micro moves on a lot of these stocks, though, tell me that algo buying is here. Saw it yesterday, the day before. There
Meta
goes your
looking
Meta.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you in that?
I am not, no longer. Maybe 600? I don't know. Getting in right here is a little chance.
Who was it? Was talking about AMD. It was like kind of case in point. You see the VWAP, it popped over it. So you continue to see this rejection around that VWAP, maybe, but keep an eye on the SPY and the Qs, right? If they're turning green and moving higher, you can expect AMD to likely bounce. But I asked the question earlier. Anybody know kind of the big bright spot on AMD that was like really bad that no one really talked about on the earnings call? Anybody? Trying to understand fundamentals as part of an art form in this trade. Free cash flow. Free cash flow on AMD was terrible. 496 million versus the estimated 1.18 billion. So you made it a third of the way there. That's not good.
Nope.
All right, guys, keep an eye on the Qs and the SPY here. We're going to move one way or the other in the next minute. If the Qs decide to pop higher, I'll get out of the way. Using that kind of as a hedge for my Microsoft trade. Kev, I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. We saw Meta melt up, right, yesterday. Seeing it melt up today wouldn't be surprising. They got earnings tonight. We're seeing the same thing with Microsoft happen, yesterday as well, even in the after. And that's why we're long that position now. But Microsoft's running to the 200 EMA 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times in the last 20 minutes. Now we're getting the breach here, so we should see Microsoft take off now. Full-blown breakout.
I probably need to focus here on this Meta trade here and take it that 598 break. I'll list it here. This is going to be a small share size trade just in case I'm a little bit too late here. But I like, obviously, direction right now looks good. Volume looks good. We go 520 or 598 with a target of 600. Stop loss will be 2 points.
Yeah, so my concern right now is on Microsoft, for example, the fact that it did not break out just now, that means we're probably turning lower for a moment on Microsoft. Because we really should have broke out there. News on PDD. PDD. All right, here come the cues now. Goog, who's asking about Goog? And maybe a pullback here. I don't know. Shorting Goog after that huge report, you're probably better off looking for a long position. Right now, though, we'll probably see some profit taking in the next 15 minutes. And then we'll see if we test a few levels to bounce from. SPY likely to go to the close. Q's likely to go to the VWAP. That's for about 498.95 at least, forcing a bounce.
Yep, just waiting on Meta here. Let's pull back. I don't know. Let's see if the VWAP supports it here. 8,000 markup. Wow.
Well, Lily, 810.25 was the level I had marked. So the fact that we bounced up to that level, that would probably have been right around the level. You notice it kind of baselines there at 810 and change. Now it's taken off. It's tough. Eli Lilly is a pretty well run company. So seeing it miss top and bottom, a little bit of a surprise even for me, but maybe a slight overreaction. What I'd do is I'd take the close, so in around that 905.81 area, right? And if you take that and mark a 50% retracement to the bottom of that moves down to 795, actually we can do it all the way to the bottom. So you're about there now. Puts you in around 50% retracement to the downside, be 837 and change. We see a little bit of an overshoot, probably, which we're seeing now. If we see a baseline around that 837.5 area, you can either expect we'll just say some additional price action there. That was for Trent. Kev, really? Where'd you see that, man? Yeah, he's just, man, they're constantly in the news with bad news.
Okay, Meta target is going to be close to 600 traders.
Nice trade, Scott. Let's see. Hopefully we get that breakout.
Let's see what happens here.
I'm up almost 30 cents on my, well, 20 cents. I'd like to get 30 cents, though, on these put options for the Qs. In fact, I'll put them out there for sale at 308 for a partial. Kev, thanks for sharing. There's a lot of that, though. You make up, in many cases, you make up in volume what you don't in margin or vice versa. And say, for example, you're like, hey, we're going to take a haircut on these other items, but we're going to, build in that cost elsewhere. That could have something to do with it as well, which happens. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, Kib. Eli Lilly, really just tough one to bet against. But pretty nasty overcorrection, though, I would say, right? I mean, they missed by.
Here we go, Meta. Look at Meta go. Go, baby.
Are you targeting 600? Getting ready to take half off of my puts here on the Qs. Not a bad move. There it is. Boom. 315, y'all. Let's go.
Beautiful.
Made a quick 40 cents on those options. Oof. Up over $1,000 now. Let's go. I'm going to take a couple more here. So coming into the view up on the Qs. Right there, 325. Just took a couple more off. Now I'm just letting them go. And I'm going to be out of Microsoft any second here. 436.50. Oh, man. It got me out, Microsoft. 436.57 was my stop. Went right through it. Well, that might do it for me, folks.
Not bad. Yeah, really.
Yeah, not a bad day. I got a couple put options on the Qs left, but that's kind of it. I don't have anything else. Look at SMCI, by the way, down $34.
Yeah, pull back on the Qs here. Everything running a little bit lower with the exception of Reddit and Meta on my screens right now. And I am long Meta.
All right, guys, be careful. That's an ugly candle on the Qs right now. If it starts to get heavy, it'll get bad pretty quick, guys. Those same put options are now $3.45. So for those of you guys who are, reticent to trade stocks, options, what have you, options are obviously very volatile. And considering I'm trading these expire tomorrow, they can move in your favor really quick and also explode really quick. So definitely got to, as you're getting your initial move in the direction, you get paid the most in that move. So as an example, we just talked about the 340 something. Good, I took a couple more off, but in that one move, this little tiny bounce, they just dropped to 317. So 30 cents move almost for the exact same move in the Qs. Qs moved up
crazy.
what? Yeah, the Qs moved up 40 cents, and that was directly reflected in your price of the option because they expire tomorrow. So we don't have enough time to go through an options course here, but when it moves in favor like that, take advantage of it. Get paid. Can somebody in our community please remind me not to look at Apple the rest of the day? Thank you.
Yeah, just take it off your screen.
I can't help it, man. I use it. It's like one of my indicators, right, for like what the Qs are going to do. So
Yep.
it's kind of up there no matter what. But man, just I think that might do it for me this morning. Beautiful green day.
Yeah, I'm getting there close too.
Again, I've got those puts on the Qs. That's kind of all I have left. I'm looking around. I don't really feel like shorting a bunch of stuff, right? Like Google, I don't know. Maybe we see like a 177. I might consider it long, but I doubt we're going to get there today. P2D is interesting. So P2D got some kind of bad news. Looks like Temu is getting a EU probe, and it's moving higher. I guess over like illegal products or something like that. Let me look. Yeah, Temu to face EU probe over handling of illegal product sales, and PDD's moving higher. Microsoft bouncing off the view up here. SPY getting stronger. I'm gonna take a couple more off the cues, and that's kind of gonna do it for me, guys. I will be back probably later this afternoon. I may not be joining live, but just kind of keep an eye on what markets are doing. Keep an eye on PDD. Big move, big spike right now. But let me just go through earnings for those of you guys who didn't catch it beforehand. So tonight, after the close, Microsoft, Meta, Coinbase, Robinhood, Sonova, Etsy, Riot, Roku, Carvana, and Starbucks. Kind of big names there.
Yeah, gonna be a big day tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow we got Amazon, Intel, Apple, Atlassian. That's kind of the big ones. Oh, and then U.S. Steel X after the close, and then before the open we have Uber, Peloton, Merck, ConocoPhillips, Altria, Mastercard, and Estee Lauder. Oh, and Norwegian Cruise Lines, which I think majority of that move has already happened for the cruise lines. So who was it? I think it was RCL that reported, maybe one of the other cruise lines reported. Yeah, RCL. Oops. You know which stock I forgot to watch today? Coinbase.
Yeah, I didn't pay any attention to coin today. I was on it yesterday, not today though.
Watch out for AMD, guys. I think it's going to tank here in a minute.
Hey, traders, again, still in the meta trade. Target's going to be close to 600. The OKLO, I would wait until you get yesterday's close taken off. Right up here, if you're looking at the chart on the left here, the 2485, 2484 is the yesterday's close. Right there, Rick.
Hey, Tech, if you're short AMD, what was your entry? Microsoft had a perfect bounce off the VWAP Meta as well. Scott, I think you're going to get it, my friend.
I hope so. Here we go.
Yeah. You going to trim up in the 599 or you just holding on to 600?
Yeah, no, I think once it gets past that 599, then I'll think about it here. I don't need 600 exactly on the button here, but I mean, I think once it breaks out of these two tall candles, two past candles here, we could see 600 pretty quick.
How about 608?
Volume iffy. Yeah, yeah, right. 608 would be beautiful.
Yeah, I think AMD is setting up real nice to break down. I just need someone to sneeze on it, and that thing is going to take out the low of day. So who was talking about that earlier? Trying to go back and find out who was talking about that. Was it Itzhak the whole time? I think so. We talked about the VWAP, right? So you saw it go through the VWAP, retest, fail the VWAP. There was your entry. That way you minimize your stop loss to the upside. Obviously, AMD could be a vicious stock and bounce, but right now, literally like 70% chance we should see a break lower. Now, granted, just because it's 70% doesn't mean it's 100%, right? So anything can happen. Right now, that price action is dictating that we should see a lower move. I'm not looking at the level 2 right now, but I pulled it up. I can tell you. Uh, 150.10. You've got 8,000 shares stockpiled there at 150.10. So I think there's some reluctance for sellers. If you break that 150.10, watch how fast it breaks 150. There's not a whole lot below there. You got a couple thousand shares, but we're there now. Watch this 150.10 level. Now we just saw another 6,000 shares show up there on the buy side. I don't know if you guys look at level 2, but you should be using it. And the concern is anytime, like you just saw this pop, watching this live, it's ag with you. But when you saw another 8,000 shares show up that 150.10 level, all the buyers shifted up, which is common because you'll see sellers not want to sell into that number, and then buyers will move their limit orders higher to push the price higher. Say if they're 3, 4, 500 shares, whatever, like those slowly stack up in the other direction. That said, if you see sellers step in, like they're doing now, and push that price towards that 150.10, and you see those shares get pulled off the level 2, you can count on it breaking lower. And either sometimes they actually get filled, right? So that person could be left holding the bag if they, were trying to buy it at 150.10, let's say for 15,000 shares, and someone sells to them and it breaks that level, then yeah, they could be left holding the bag. A lot of times they'll flash those big orders, amidst like, hey, 50 shares, 100 shares, 50 shares, 100 shares, 50 shares. Oh, hey, here's 10,000 shares. Like, whoa, what is that, right? It's kind of the importance of watching level 2 if you ever do.
Okay, traders, I'm going to take off right now. The meta trade here, I'm just going to be coming out of it here in about 10 more cents, right as it comes towards that 5.99. In fact, you've got the 5.99 on the ask right now. We'll see if the bid comes up here, but I've got to run out. I will try to get back later today, see if DVG comes back as well. But again, a perfect morning, and hopefully you've enjoyed it too. I mean, DVG was on fire today. I've contributed here. I've had 5 winning trades in a row today, and that's been really, really good, especially for a Wednesday. And let's take a look to see how you're doing here. I am very green today, actually, which is great. Just curious on how everybody else is doing on the team today. And looks like we're off to the races here. Upwards of 80% of our traders are profitable here in the room. And it's a good case and a good time. If you're out there looking in, if you're on social media in any area and you want to come into the room right now, you can. There's a free 7-day free trial. Those of you that are on YouTube, come on in, check us out. We would appreciate it. We're looking at almost 90% of the traders now profitable today. If you're following some of our trades, great. If not, we appreciate you anyway. And I just came out of the meta trade right here, 5.99.12. And that's going to give me $1 to cap the morning session here, and appreciate that. And to go into the balance of the day here. So again, 90% today, DVG. That's great. Traders, hopefully you have a great rest of your day. God bless you all. Godspeed. I will see everybody either late today or tomorrow morning on a Thursday session. And you know what? Great trading session today. Let's see how we close out today. We've got the elections coming up. We've got Halloween tomorrow, which is typically a slower day, but we'll take a look at it. DVG, great trading. Traders, thank you so much. Clifton, Aggie, the rest of the team, thank you so much. God bless you guys.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate you. Yeah, I will be right behind Scott here on the exit here in a moment. I was just kind of watching this AMD trade with ITSEC, just kind of keeping an eye on order flow at the moment. It's pretty gross, the order flow, to be honest. I think whoever that buyer sitting at 150.10, I think is going to move out of the way. And then the question then becomes, do they just move that order down to 149.10, which is a point away and the low of the day? Ooh, I just saw 10,000 shares flash at 150.30. There it is. The big buyer sitting at 150.30, now 11,000 shares. Might get a bounce here on AMD down here. But the Qs are getting heavier. Stuck at the VWAP at the moment. I want a short PDD so bad. That's not good news. But I won't. And I can't keep looking at Apple. All right, Joe. I still have those puts left on the Qs. I only have a few left, but I'll let those run. I've got a stop in place, a hard stop on those. But if it starts moving more so in favor, like towards the low of day, I'll probably just put a trail on it. At that point, it's free money. Yeah, I'll do my best to come back a little bit later today, maybe around 2 o'clock, just kind of see how markets are doing. But yeah, looking more broadly, I don't know, market's kind of stabilizing here. If you look at collectively, Qs are down 0.2%, and the SPY is up just under 0.08%, 0.09%. So we're pretty much like sideways flat. Kind of feels more like a day of scalping. We talked about points, grab the points where you can. That's how it feels like today. Jim, back to flat after Meta loss made $1 for the day. Like your total, you made $1? So you're green on the day, Jim? Hey, congrats on the $1. $1's a dollar. I don't know if you guys remember this. I'm going to date myself here a bit, but there was a time where you could buy cheeseburgers from McDonald's for 39 cents. Anybody else remember that? So say you could go buy a cheeseburger, but I don't think that's true anymore. $1 doesn't get much. Heck, even gum is more than $1 these days. You remember, I remember get was it like 5 sticks of gum for like a quarter? You know what I mean? Jim, I can't repeat that, man. No, look, hey, I'm serious. Look, this is the time as traders, like we want this volatility. This is like, you don't always get this. You know what I mean? Like the fact that we dropped 1% right out the gate and then bounced 1%. We did a 2% round trip in an hour. Right? Like that's huge. You can make a lot of money in that 2%. We did, right? But now like the chop, right? Well, that's part of the reason, Scott and I talk about trading in the mornings and then getting out of the way. So typically right after, about 10:30, 11, the decision for the morning has kind of been made. Now, granted, you get some moves into like, lunchtime. Maybe they're kind of follow through moves, which is why I'm like keeping these puts right now on the Qs, for example. So like if you're green in that position already and it's moving in your favor, yeah, hang on to it, right? Lunchtime, let it happen. Maybe make a couple more bucks, whatever. Goes back to the same principles we talked about: pay yourself first, let the runners run. But this is like a bad time to start picking trades when we're going sideways. They'll get chopped up, spit out. Unless you have a definitive position. You're like, hey, look, I don't mind going short, but now you have to expand your potential exposure. Like when we're talking about AMD, this 150.10 is almost certainly going to break now. But do you know what I mean? Like you have to almost have a certain level of conviction and broaden your risk aperture on a trade as you're coming into these sideways type, price action. Let's see. Really do want to price action scares me though. What do you mean? Talking about on Meta specifically? There goes that break under for AMD under 150.10. Now we're seeing people try to load up at 150.02. That's so. By the way, that's how you know these are pro traders. Now we got 100,000 shares at 150. For those of you guys aren't watching level 2, pull up AMD. It's a fun one to watch right now. You literally have 110,000 shares sitting at 150 right now, and then you see the pros stacking a couple cents ahead of it. So anyway, yeah, Jim, I'm not sure what you mean by that, but Apple's down at 230 and change now. I'm so mad. Wow. Apple breaking down finally. No, I was watching it for you, Attack. You mentioned it, and I was watching level 2 and the price action. And I mean, yesterday I did when it was reported earnings. So after hours, I took it for like 5-6 points. I ended up getting most of my position out of like 157. It wasn't a huge trade. I grabbed like a 200. I think it was 200 shares. Yeah, 200 shares. I was like, I put something to cover at 160, thinking like, no way it's going to do it. And then it hit. And then I was like, okay, well, 158. And it hit. And then I was like, well, 157. And it hit. And I'm like, okay, I'm done. So I left some money on the table, no doubt, but it's okay. If you see a 150 break here, I'm telling you, I think all the price action is going to move below 147 area. So you'll see a huge drop. Here it comes. There's your break on AMD. Guys, Apple. Please, someone tell me they have Apple short. I've been talking about this thing for a week and a half. And I just chickened out. Jeez. There it is. Watch all the pricing. All the prices are going to move. So this 149.10 doesn't stand a chance. All the shares should move to 147 now. So like we'll break 149, then 148, then 147, and then we'll see a bounce in the 147 handle. Would be my guess on AMD. Because 149 has never been a level. 150, heck, wasn't really a level. 152 was. Biggest one was 152.92 for AMD. Like as a top line kind of floor. We broke that. And we should share the screen here. But like I had this level marked for, I don't know, months. It's 152.92. So I was surprised to see price go from 169.30 on AMD down to that level. Kind of like the other level we were talking about earlier today on Lily. All right, guys, Qs should break here. Should see a deeper cut on the Qs. Be careful if you're long. Also watch the SPY. SPY is just under the close, right at the VWAP. Does it bounce or does it break? That's the question you should be asking right now. Apple not showing any support. So you'd have to get the support from Google, Microsoft, Meta. Meta's selling off now. Perfect trade for Scott. he got out of the way, and I guess everybody did the same thing, huh? All right. Here come the Qs. Hey guys, I'm up almost $1 on these options, which to give you perspective, if I had held the 20 contracts to begin with, that'd be $2,000. One trade. It's big, big move. But we paid ourselves, so it's fine. All right, guys. I think it's time for ARM, Qualcomm. These names that we were shorting earlier today, I think they're going to go. Watching ARM right now. Might short it. Unless it's a trap. What's going on with Meta? 5-point sell-off? All right, that's going to do it for me, guys. I'll see if I can join. I don't know. Let's call around maybe 2 o'clock. We'll see how market's doing. Trimmed up my positions on the Qs, so I literally have 2 contracts left. Those will all have stops on them, but they don't really like the sideways movement here. My bias would be chips to the downside. I'm looking at banks right now. They're super strong, but I'm not taking that trade. I'm too late to that party. And then PDD, I'm very tempted to short it like right now before I call it. In fact, I'll put a baby trade out there, 121.90 right here. That'd be a real small trade, just because I'm gonna go make some tea. And let's see if we can make some money on that one. Again, it's a real small position, so those $50, fine. And I really like this AMD trade now. It's Hack. Thanks for pointing that out. Good call out. Hopefully you took that trade. I'm telling you though, I almost want to see all the buy orders shift $2 to the downside. It would be like a massive red stripe on AMD. I mean, the only thing with AMD at that level is there's so much money. By the way, who's talking? Lily? What was that? You guys remember the level I talked about being a 50% retrace? Anybody? Whoever was trading Eli Lilly, hopefully remember. We talked about 837.5, 838. That's your 50% retrace. Saw an overshoot of 860.5. Look at the level we're at now. Almost like perfectly at that 50% retrace. So if you're long or short Lilly, this is the level where decisions are going to be made. Bulls proved, hey, we actually, like this stock. We want to keep it higher. Now, does the selling continue, or does this become the area where people step in to buy more from the initial move? So for those of you who are bullish, you'd probably want to see a candle get above, we'll call it 842 on Lilly to see that continuation to the upside. And if not, you'd want to see a break under 836 to see an additional move to the downside. Whoever was trading Lilly or eyeballing Lilly, I should say. All right, guys, this time for reals. I'm leaving. I'll see you guys this afternoon, hopefully. If not, for sure, I will see you at the open tomorrow. Appreciate each and every one of you. Chat with you all soon. Cheers, guys.